Here too. Okay. Now it's back. Is it back then? Stop. Here is now. It's working. Sure, maybe we should try to avoid.
Okay. No. Osa B. Se on vaikutti niin kuin mikä takaa Joo.
Henrik is coming in 15 minutes. Do we wait or should we start and he comes in? I should say we can start to talk about the practical things and sort of the whole day, what we're doing then.
Yeah, but I think we should start there.
Yeah,
We can actually because we want.
Okay, let's move in the picture. And if you want to have something to write.
Can I have the blurring? I want to have the blurring in my face.
You can also come if you feel like. Hello. But please come a little bit closer here. Yes, I can see it, I can see all the time. It has something to do with the coordination.
These are 15 minutes because no, you never know.
Okay, I'm sitting here now. This is the kind of place where if people look, this is where they look. But this is the place whenever somebody is presenting something that kind of becomes like your own statement or presentation of your own work, just move around. It's not that I have to be seated. But there is some paper there, things to write if you want to use it. Because maybe if you take some notes or whatever you're doing, I'm now explaining all the practical things. Then you can hang them on the wall and you can keep those statements and things.
The mics will be, one will be here, and maybe you can use one.
Okay, is this what we have used now? Hello?
Hello?
Perfect. Yes, I'd like to.
Okay. This is not so important for the general audience, but it's more to explain the structure of the day and of this ending. So let me say first, welcome to what is to be done, the end. And today we have like set up the whole day. Who is doing this? Okay. This is not so important for the general audience, but it's important to explain the structure. We have to turn off this live streaming. Yeah.
Turn off the live stream sound.
It's okay now. We just only need to hear ourselves here because we were hearing.
I have no idea. I'm going to listen to here, so 20 seconds behind everybody.
It was a kind of experiment
Reveal
that
the echo many times.
it was a kind of draws effect experimentation that Barbara.
Okay, so this feels much more comfortable because it's strange if you hear yourself. But so today, the idea is that if we would consider this like the beginning of an exhibition, for example, of a process, and if we would see it like a kind of a collective process, then obviously in any exhibition there would be a map laid out somehow about the ideas and how they relate to each other. They can be formal, they can be, the works of art or the ideas that make that a decision could be made that this comes there and that goes there and this is next to each other. In this particular exhibition, we kind of want to do a little bit the same in terms of organizers each other's involvement in this thing, in terms of curating these ideas, but we do it in an open process. So the main purpose of today is really this finding of these relationships between these ideas. And we also do it because, as you know, this exhibition runs parallel as a block. The block is somehow, as well as this space, the exhibition space. So what we will be finding here as a structure of the relations of our ideas will become the structure of the block too. Could become. That's what we have been thinking. But, for example, this is a question to all of you. If we organize the block, for example, according to these ideas, then it will look like any kind of newspaper where you come and you usually find, topics, and you move from topic to topic. We were looking at several other blocks and structures, and of course, as this also somehow is like ideas, but also it's an exhibition, we thought it would be more interesting maybe to say, let's, on the block, follow the structure of your names, like participants, contributors. Like in an exhibition, it's true, you have the page in the catalog, this artist, usually they do it ABC even, but we would have the postings, so if we agree on this, then we can start. Emma has been collecting already material on your bios with a statement like this contributor and a little bit introducing you, and from there on your idea starts. But what we will find out today, after listening to all these ideas and writing them down, so there might be categories or like groupings possible. We call them categories usually in a book or in a thing, and then so that means that we can organize them in a different section that they will be connected so that you say, okay, these people are busy with that. It's a way of reading to the block, but also later on maybe for this exhibition or for you guys to continue to talk to each other about the content of these things. Another thing is, at a deeper level, each thing in itself is an idea, it's a tag we call on a block, we call this a tag. In an exhibition we would call it an individual work or a word or something like this. So we need to find out also what are these individual words or what are these tags. So that's a deeper level of syntax between the things which we call the cloud, where we vertically can connect things. So that's the kind of purpose of today, that we will do more of this before we come to talk about all our organizational issues. To find out then in the second part, speak and sit here, then we just write on the block, okay, Mireille is sitting and saying something. And then she will kind of resume a little bit what you're saying there. So on the block, even if the streaming goes off tonight, we will have already the list of ideas there somehow written. And that would become like just to be able to follow this day what has set here. But it's not necessarily anything more than that. It's just to record. That's so kind of my, proposition for the structure of this day, as we have been working a little bit, Mireille and myself, on our own the last 2-3 days. Today, like how to organize it. I know there are some other people who are going to come later that decided that they want to do some statements on the wall, right, or start to work with this space. This is the other thing. This is the space where we are. Whatever we leave behind like that. But as we come back here anyway on the 13th, this is another major thing we have to discuss. What are we going to do on this 13th? What we can prepare already in the meanwhile. So you may revisit everything here and change it. There's nothing that is set here and fixed. If on August 13 you would want to use this space again in some way or format for your project, or for a statement, or even if you decide I want to invite some people. Some people have been proposing the ideas of other people. Hendrik Kenona was proposing Mina. We'll contact her. That's also, when we leave today, what Mireille and me can do to continue to work on the project. Like say, okay, we know from them this is where we have to start invitations together with Emma, who's there. We have to send out, organize these things soon. So also in August, or we want these things to happen, then we can work on it. So that's the main, I would say, organization of the day. Mireille, can you?
Yeah, I would say that the objective of the day, as you already pointed, just that it would be clear, is to understand what is our relation from this space to other modes of refusal or reflection or rebellion that has been done already, and what can we bring in here, or what could be interesting for us in order also to understand our position, or what could be brought into the discussion that has been ongoing already about the way that the exhibition laboratory has been functioning, or the way that the art system is functioning here in Finland or globally. So these kind of topics that have been in discussion, and to see what can be done with, or what can we do with this, and if is there any way to articulate it somehow. And there will be some practicalities that we might need to talk about also, due to the fact that this is such a kind of like open kind of seminar or class now, that we are streaming. If everybody is okay with it, if someone says something, that there would be maybe a moment that Gabriel will leave the streaming and someone will need to be maybe taking care of the camera at some moment if we want to focus in a specific point, the camera or the streaming. This will need to be done. At some moment also Jussi might leave. So yeah, okay. At some moment, sometimes I don't realize that I speak very soft. At some moment also Jussi would leave, and someone might need to be taken care of. The idea is to make this kind of brainstorming, like to come up maybe just by words or concepts. We can call them tags or works or proposals or projects, and see also how they articulate to each other and to end up making this kind of cloud. So it would be more like this kind of collective reflection today. And we have all these materials here in order to use the materials as such on paper and so on, but we can also use the space to make it. And I think everybody is clear with the schedules, like the breaks and no about the program.
It's about 2 now, and the idea was from 2 to 3 we kind of go over absolutely the basics, like and have then presentations individually. That's when we call in people, we phone to people, you come up and say something, I will come up too. We can put intermezzos in this. I have 5 pre-recorded statements, one from Rika, one from other people that will say what they think refusal is. So we have then from 4 to 5 this session, and then it's about us out of this all finding these categories. during the session, I said somebody is going to, it's called Kate Campbell, write it down, but we might say, okay, this is what Rika's proposing, okay, let's put it here, and let's put that there, and then that's kind of from 4 to 5. And then we eat something, and then we find, relationships and what you can call a cloud or something, which will be the further structure. But the most important thing is really this, from 4 to 5, or if it takes half an hour longer, all these statements. I will do one myself, maybe you do one myself. Rika is trying to come, we have a pre-recorded one, we have some of them written down, which we will read, you will speak, show something. That's basically the main section. You also know what you have to say. I kind of phoned every.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work.
Okay, I can. I am an artist in residence at High Up, so that's my first visit in Helsinki, and I thank very much Mireia that she gave me this, and thank you, this opportunity to share with you this. Let's say laboratory for the day. I'm based in New York and I teach also at CalArts in Los Angeles. So somehow my art practice is also combined with teaching. So that's very interesting to me. Thank you very much.
May I ask, what do you teach in CalArts? What your work is about?
I teach, I would call myself, I would say interdisciplinary artist, but I also believe that contemporary artists are wearing many hats. So I organize workshops, I do conferences, I do exhibits. So I feel that it's very interesting to me to get some of my ideas articulate outside of my own work in some kind of collective experience or participatory experience. So I'm very interested in this kind of themes like art and labor, commons. Now I'm working with a new project called Visible Invisible. So somehow I'm bringing in my own work, which is also has some social engagement, but at the same time, whether it is video, it's articulated through video or through installation or through research, but I also always have a component which I share through a collective, or I articulate through a collective experience. So when Mireia told me about this, I found it very interesting and very important and thank you for sharing it with me. So that's, in CalArts, I teach at the School of Art. I teach 2 courses. One's called Digital Trash, and we look very much in the politics of representation today through all this access of images and information, and how we can critically address the issue by reusing or addressing what it means truth today, but which is everything is a screen. The screen has become our reality. And the other course is about common and uncommon practices, which has to do again with research and public projects that they have. So this very somehow related, I would think, with your laboratory. Thank you.
Okay, Henrik just arrived. Sorry. So speaking in his microphones for the streaming. Otherwise, if you speak, you can of course speak. They hear it. Once everybody, you just ask for the microphone. We only have 3 of them, but they circulate. We were just talking before you arrived only about the practicalities of this day, what the purpose is of organizing ideas, like kind of making a mind map for the exhibition, how we would do it. But maybe it's not easy to repeat everything, but the most important part is that right now we're just talking about the practicalities, and as we have somebody visiting us, it would be an opportunity to maybe present our project so that we kind of re-articulate it once more in terms of the ideas. But from 4 to 5, we have kind of like individually everybody brings up what he wants to bring into this project as a work, as an idea, or as content. I myself will be doing this, you can do this. We do it rather from here because of the camera, so we record it. It's going to London. Somebody will be writing your name first and say, okay, he's saying this, he's saying that. It's a way of reporting to ourselves a little bit. And we also talked about the structure of the web's blog, but we can speak about this later again, how we will do it. But that's kind of this. So thank you for coming. So because at least then it gives us a purpose to re-articulate what we are doing and why. So maybe shall I give it to one of you to say a little bit what this exhibition is about to our first visitor or somebody who's listening in. Try to what is
But what?
So what this exhibition is about?
Yeah, and if we explain it to you, for example, coming from outside, what is what we are doing here, trying to do, how did it came about, where does it come from, this project, and then we maybe.
I don't know, but I guess the part of it is that I'm not supposed to know, or basically, well, we have this space, we have the walls, which have been used for this institution, the art school and the university, for various exhibitions. How many of them? Like, yeah, 3, 6, 4, something like that. Not that many. Not like dozens. So it's a new space, and there has been quite a lot of critical discussion about this space and the whole exhibition structure inside this institution, which is UVA and Art University in general. So I guess what we are doing. Well, what I would like to do is imagine maybe a different, more perhaps sustainable way of using. Using this space, but using any space. Or the exhibition as a form of finding a sustainable way of being an artist, or an art worker, curator, whatever, creative practitioner. Not just here in Finland, but globally as well. But this is quite much in that question. I don't know. Is that?
A little bit maybe. It's called "What is to be done." It's kind of a question, but it all started, as Henrik said, with this new exhibition space. Some discussions re-emerged that are already going on here in Finland about the overall, let's say, one of them, general situation with what is called here the exhibition system. The relationship of the artist and the institution in a way, in a very broad sense, and how that ties in with, of course, questions about their particular autonomy, freedom within that, as well as Henrik said, the sustainability of that whole system also ties in with the sustainable, sometimes even economically, of the life of the artist. So there are many issues surrounding this organization, which is has a historical background, which is not what we are facing. But at some point, specifically when this new space was opened by the Academy of Fine Arts, there was a very critical moment that emerged. There was a kind of almost protest that came out with very little words, but that seemed to kind of reflect and echo a lot of things that I felt could be put in a bit of broader context also. There is a history to that. First of all, the fact that artists sometimes contest institutions or even contest the exhibition has a very long tradition in art, and the way they have been answering to this, or the kind of language they have given to this can vary from a straightforward refusal or strike to a very artistic deviation of things, so that their critical voice comes out through these different formats. So what is to be done is also the title, of course, of the book of Lenin, not only him, which was like the beginning of a revolution. So it's kind of a provocative title to ask, do we have options here? What are the different ways how we can deviate this, or how do we want to critically respond to this particular environment? Obviously, the discussion is vast. It can vary from very practical things to very ideological and political things and economical things, like whether an artist should be paid to be doing an exhibition, which is a discussion that is going on all over the world, very much, as you know, in the United States, or the pay art for pay or pay for art. Yes, that's something also that is kind of entering even the discussion here in Finland, which is one of the most developed welfare states, but maybe might also be threatened there a little bit. So how this is going to be developed, what is the opinion of our artists going to be in this, but also like something that is not also unique to this, but you hear in many other, the relationship between the management of these institutions and the content, I would say. All of these things came up, and somehow I thought needed some kind of voice, or maybe, and the best way we have this exhibition space is to use it, as well as to show also that exhibition space has a much more dynamic character, if we want, and an antagonistic potential. And that's came after all of this. The individual artists here who are participating have their own kind of strategy to answer this within this particular, sometimes touching upon, I guess, very, very concrete situations, others very vague, abstract, or personal, you know, they can vary. As I'm accompanying this project, we try to set up a structure, like kind of almost, you know, it's an open class, it's an exhibition. We said it would start with the end, because we don't have the exhibition yet now, and this is the beginning, so-called. And it would end with the beginning, because on the 13th of August we will show what we have done, or we will bring in people and invite people to speak about certain subjects. But that all organized somehow based on a mind map we are going to try to find out now. That's what we're doing here. Not necessary, I think. It's yeah. No. And it's certainly not only this one, but this one, let's say, is the catalyzer of everything. Let's say, it's the catalytic. It's almost. It's like we're in the center here, so something like that. Because otherwise, you know, it gives us a way to justify why we do what we do here, I think, because the problem is vast. It's historic, it's worldwide, if you want. It's something that everybody's confronted. But this gives us a kind of site specificity to our project. So that's basically, I think, for me, the introduction. So do you have to answer?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this exhibition is more for me like a platform for like trying out the concept, what the exhibition can be, or like it's somehow like the school has been for me in general also like a tryout for different kind of. So this is kind of like I've been thinking about the thing what I'm planning to do now here already for a bit longer time, and it's in a way also a longer process, which is nice that now it can be tried out there is, of course, there is many kind of like ways to kind of like to do the work what I'm planning now, but this is nice way to try one way. And yeah, I think the exhibitions in general, they are usually based a lot with the objects and things. I want to somehow try to, because this is for me, that somehow you always have few days time to build up the exhibition and then take it down and so yeah, I don't know, that's maybe for me like the right.
Anybody, anything else you want to contribute to this beginning here? Because then if not, we take break and prepare.
I would like to say something. I feel rather uncomfortable with the disposition of how we are in this space because of this kind of like, you know, it's almost replicating the class. We are all sitting like in a class, and then we have these sides here, or like in an auditorium. And I feel very uncomfortable because this was supposed to be a collective discussion or something that we will bring collective intelligence, or that we are discussing together, we are all in the same level. And these blocks have been put here just casually like this. We have not been deciding how to put them. And we were saying that we will decide all this all together. And yeah, I don't know, what do you think about it? Because I cannot pop up with these questions in here if I already feel like, okay, we are in front of the camera all the time. We are, you know, like leading this is not necessarily how it should be running.
Yeah, I don't think like to speak in the microphone is not either the nicest way to to get the open conversation somehow.
We have been discussing about this.
Yeah.
We wanted to have some shotguns microphones so that we would have gotten everyone's talking very relaxed way without having to pass this all along. But in this case, there was not the time to prepare this, neither and
you have something here or you have something there.
the problem was that if you make a streaming or if you record it, that this also was decided very fast, then the audio should be good if it is a discussion.
Yeah.
It's
But
what
it's
documentary means, but of course, you know.
But it's the problem in general also in seminars, like people are not speaking like talk, so I don't know.
Can I propose something then?
Yeah.
During the break, we can change the setup here maybe, and then we'll use
Yeah, that was the idea I wanted to come up. And then there's a little tiny detail that maybe we should know when dealing with these microphones. And it's this. And then I start talking. Because there's always like this very annoying noise when you need, you know. So, or if when it at some moment happens, it's not this. Yeah? Is this yellow one?
Hello? It's off, red, it's off. Okay. Good. So I propose then, shall we make it the setting so that we don't have to sit like this here? How would you, what would you propose? How many hours?
nothing changes. Oh, no, it works a bit. Yeah. Okay, like, it's so loud, I cannot speak. I have such a loud voice, it's like, isn't it too loud, like, for you? Yeah. Actually, I don't know, like, I have been, like, doing, things related to our topic, like with this like problematic exhibition questions and so on. Like I have been working with this topic quite a lot during my like artistic practice, and actually now I don't have really nothing maybe new to present. Like I have been like thinking about my older project. I want to speak about it now because it's like completely related to this. It's like some kind of answer to the question what is to be. A lot of like artworks are presenting questions but they are not giving answers, but this like what is to be done as some kind of alternative of organizing exhibition. I was like thinking about how like artists can be like independent from institutions, like from galleries, like not to asking all the time for grants and not to try like sell his art as much as possible, to be like completely independent from some kind of this system. And I was like started to collect bottles to found like my personal exhibition, like to buy materials and like some transportation money and so on. And like I have been like collecting those bottles like for 3-4 months. And then I was like also like making this documentation about collecting them. So it was like a 45 minutes long documentation film about the process, and not only related to the art, but related to this topic of collecting bottles like around different cities in Estonia, and how other people surviving with that, and like comparing my situation with the situation of these like different people. And like I was like trying to put myself as far from this artistic reality and the artist society like to go like to the absolutely different dimension of life I haven't been before. So I was like collecting all the time, like trying to get as much money as possible, and in the end I got like 300 euros in total. And then I was able like to buy materials and create like series of paintings and drawings related to and so on. And then I like organized like exhibition in a place I didn't pay any rent for that. I just got like a quite nice space for free, and then I have been possible to exhibit this project there. And like I don't know, I have this like 45-minute long film also, and it's still not somewhere I didn't post it. Maybe now it's like a good reason to post it, maybe or like share it in our blog or something. I think it will be a good idea. And then like later I was also thinking about like second idea. It is like problem with like everlasting problem with transportation, because for example we had this like Stockfors art fair, and it was kind of problematic to get the transportation support, for example, like to bring like a lot of students from Kuva were participating in this like art fair, which is like 100 kilometers from Helsinki. And then we tried to organize this transportation and like asking from one department like and second department like and so on. And it was like kind of long lasting problems, like nobody knows will we have some van or not or something. And I was already like sure, if like next week we don't get any money, like I will take my camera, take my huge paintings like 1.5 like and the 2 meters long paintings, and just try to walk, for example, from Helsinki to Pyhtää, where this festival was located, like and making also some kind of documentary about it, like just filming myself like from tripod, like trying to just walk with these huge paintings and like put them behind my back, for example, to carry them on me, like. But then next day, like I had a call like from painting professor, and she said, "Hey, now you got money," like, and I was thinking, from one side it's quite good because we have money but from another side I was already like thinking really seriously about it, like I want to transport my paintings on myself, and I was like looking already like some roads in Google Maps, how can I walk, and I was like really seriously thinking about it, like, and it is like something I want to do, like not so extreme maybe, but this idea was also like before the Stockfors situation, because it like every time you have these problems with the transportating paintings like from your studio to exhibition, and it's kind of also like questioning your like position as an artist, because you don't have any secure feeling, like every time there is like something changing and something happening. It's so hard to organize things perfect as you want to them organize, like. And maybe during this summer I want to try maybe to walk with my paintings to some like different direction, and try maybe like to hitchhike with like huge paintings and so on. And I really hope to find some pieces of time to just start to doing it, because this idea keeps in my rolling in my mind also. Yes, and this is only thing new which comes to kind of action, like performance. It is also like a performance, I can say, but it's like documented and presented as a video piece. And yeah, I just need to find time to do it, because I don't know. Yeah.
But these things are also showing up in your work.
What things?
In the paintings you make these comments.
Yeah, I was also making a lot of paintings with this commenting about this gallery situation and position of this artist in contemporary society, and what we should do and how we should manage things. And yeah, and my master degree thesis will be on the same topic, with a series of small drawings and paintings, also some kind of cartoons about artists, and making some kind of these cliche characters to hustle in this and so on.
Mm.
Sounds like an interesting idea.
Yeah. So, shall we move to the next one? The different propositions that we are presenting will come from a little bit later, also from outside, but I have some presentations also of a couple of statements that have to do with refusals, in a different context from the point of view of artists refusing to participate and so on. There was a conference or some kind of gathering organized in Kilpisjärvi, you may know, up north in Lapland, by the Sloan Foundation from the United States and the University of Helsinki, which was bringing together artists, mathematicians, and different people who, like myself, I was there, Rika was there, from different fields, who brought up from their own perspective what in their different disciplines refusals mean. So I have made a statement there which explains a little bit refusal in relation to exhibitions. Rika was there, and she made a statement that is more about her very personal. The people of the Slot Foundation and the University Collegium thought it was nice to go to a place where we were physically in refuge, outside of everything, in order to discuss this question in general. So there are the playlist. Each of these people there have done a statement for 5 minutes. And it's a bit like we do now, so I'll turn on Rika's statement. And I thought it was nice to bring her in like this.
A very contextual person. I'm not really sure. I have a kind of there are very few things that I think that I would kind of want to declare to the world if I had a choice. And I kind of, even when I prepare any kind of speech or lecture, I need to figure out why I'm speaking for those particular people. And if I can't find a reason, then I probably won't do it. I might spend 3 weeks just thinking, why would I go there? If I promise, then I need to find a reason. The thing that I actually would like to say is also that I do actually consider every situation kind of similar. And I think I kind of follow Jacques Derrida in that. And so I find there might be extreme acts of refusal, but I think even then I would need to kind of investigate more whether that particular act is such an act. Because I feel that each situation is completely different in a way. And you would need to kind of, well, in Derridian speech, you kind of need to deconstruct in order to even to know what is refusal in the particular situation. I think it's very difficult to know what is refusal. There's no general refusal. And because I consider refusal, as it's been framed in this seminar, kind of an ethical act. I still don't consider it political strategy at all. So I consider it an ethical act. And in 1969, Leo Lausanne made this piece that she called General Strike, and it was a kind of retreat from the New York art world at all that time. So she refused for a particular time period to attend any art exhibition in New York. But she actually made it into a piece of artwork by kind of copying, I think by kind of maybe typing it and then using some kind of then kind of conventional copying technique and distributed maybe 6 copies of the text of that. Very few sentences about this strike to her friends and to other New York-based artists at that time. And I have always liked that work because I think it's funny in a way. But I think I probably considered it mostly in this kind of absurdity of it somehow, this kind of sort of existential absurdity. And something that's been at the back of my mind during this whole seminar has actually been conditioned and share also. So, but I'm not going to talk about that now. So, and I still think it's a sort of very nice conceptual artwork, but considering the later developments and the more kind of extreme sort of refusal that she went into for maybe 20 or 30 decades, then I'm not really sure, because I think that there might, I need to analyze it a bit more. So, because I actually what I want to refuse is kind of victimization of oneself, in order to refuse. Because I think refusal has to be affirmative in some sense, affirmative of vitality or life in some sense.
So I wanted to bring it up because also Rika speaks of Lilo Lausanne, which is an interesting example, historical example that I think touches upon some of the things that I've heard, and I wanted to, as I said, I will bring in some historical examples. Lilo Lausanne was a painter and artist in the 60s, living in New York for a couple of decades, pretty much a successful artist, but at a certain point decided to send, as Rika explained, a manifesto to her friends in a kind of I think there were like 6 or 7 copies of it sent to friends of her, saying that she would do a general strike, completely step out of the art world. She actually from then on has never entered back into the art world again. She went to Texas and disappeared. She died very recently. And her act has been considered one of the most radical conceptual acts of refusal. But she continued to write in notebooks all of these, statements about her condition as being in refusal and reflecting on things. Recently, Lilo Lausanne's notebooks have been republished. The entire archive of her refusal notebooks are in Berlin. And this is, for example, Statement for Open Public Hearing Art Workers Coalition. It connects also to this question which we have had before about the art workers' condition of the art workers. So I thought to close Rika's contribution here, we could just read one of Lilo Lausanne's statements. For there can be no art revolution that is separate from a science revolution, a political revolution, an education revolution, a drug revolution, a sex revolution, or a personal revolution. I cannot consider a program of museum reforms without equal attention to gallery reforms and art magazine reforms, which would aim to eliminate stables of artists and writers. I will not call myself an art worker, but rather an art dreamer, and I will participate only in a total revolution, simultaneously personal and public. So it's just to give the tone of what kind of radical gesture she did in the art world, and is now considered one of the most conceptual artistic forms of refusal in a way. Just wanted to bring that up as one of the statements. Voilà, let's move to another one. Willing to take the next, this was for the block, this was the presentation of Rika Stevens and Lausanne. Yes.
Is this connected to the
Internet?
to the projector somehow?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
So
You,
maybe
you go to the
if I'm showing from the desk, I need the socket, I need the power for the hard drive.
you mean this?
Yeah, plug it in. So maybe I need to care.
You want to, this is what, how it goes to the internet.
Because I need that power for this one. I have all my stuff in this.
Okay, you want to put it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need
Don't touch.
So. Be showing the things I've been doing because it's been connected to the thing.
Get the mic.
You have the name, Mirei? Mirei?
Mika Helin is my name. Let's see if I find it. This is a process which started 2013 after my bachelor exhibition. It doesn't find my hard disk.
Would you want somebody else to start and then you prepare it?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's maybe good. Yeah, let's do it like that.
Shall I give the mic to you? Or?
Who wants to?
Okay, are you ready to statement of your...
Yes, hello. Yes, I'm Timo Andersson. I'm a painting student, 4th year, if I might add. I don't know, I haven't really prepared anything for this. And I'm also a bit sick, so my voice is a bit funky. Yeah. Okay, but I have written down some thoughts about stuff, and I don't really have anything super concrete to show. But I guess painting could traditionally be seen as an object that is supposed to to fit certain changing ideals about beauty, and or that it would somehow communicate some idea to a person watching it or seeing the painting, and therefore there is this certain importance of having a subject on your painting, like what the painting is about. And for me this idea of the subject has been quite problematic because I'm a very indecisive person. I don't really, or I can't really say okay, this thing is more worthy of being put on a canvas or wherever than something else. So I just have this giant problem of not knowing what to actually paint, or if I want to paint. But therefore my approach has been quite ambiguous, somehow kind of avoiding the subject matter entirely without approaching pure formalism, in the sense that there is only the colors and forms that you can see, and that's supposed to be the essence of the painting. And for me there is this kind of a bit of a mixture of both, really, this sense of familiarity in the painting, but also this aesthetic level of how it should work. And yeah, maybe I'm a bit unwilling to assign definitive qualities on my ideas that I have. So that also, to some extent, helps me avoid from political and social subjects. Like, I guess my work kind of exists in two different worlds. The kind of ideal world where it's not really connected to anything, like it's not referring to anything, and then the real fucked up post-modern world we live in, where everything is connected. And yeah, I don't know, I kind of like want to have a compromise between those two things somehow. Like, when I think about my paintings, of course, I think like, okay, they don't really mean anything, they don't refer to anything. But yeah, on the other hand, of course they do. But all in all, I think if they refer to something, it's like itself, it's the previous painting that I have done, like this continuum, this timeline of paintings. Like my whole body of work is about this same thing repeating. And for this exhibition, I don't really know because what I would specifically want to do right now, but well, I come from a kind of a sort of a traditional background in the sense that I want to make something physical and not like somehow strip away this physical aspect of my painting and to have it work on just an ideal level or anything. I want to, or I would prefer to utilize this space somehow and do something here, do something physical, but also move a bit further away from the conventions of displaying artwork somehow. And that's it, I guess.
I just wanted to ask you something because I was in your atelier, in your studio, and looking at your paintings. And what I saw, which I found quite intriguing, you described it a little bit, but maybe I overinterpreted it. But I felt when you were representing your works, they were very different in style somehow, if you look over a longer period. And you said that somehow each of these paintings somehow was kind of, a statement against the other painting.
I tend to like really quite seriously dislike like my older stuff. And that's why I always kind of go against what I am doing or what I have done, but at the same time I feel like I don't really do like this kind of refusals in the sense that I would be like very striking against something like some kind of a fuck you gesture. It's more like just not doing something, and it's like very, I don't know, just not doing stuff.
That's why I'm asking this also, is if that is the case, like if you would bring the exhibitions in an exhibition space where these different stages are visible, that basically one painting is negating the other painting and the other painting and so on, if they come together, is that something you would envision to happen at a certain point when these works come together again?
That they would somehow combat each other? Or,
combat each other, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I guess that would be bound to happen if they were put in the same space, because they kind of, to me at least, quite obviously go against each other in some sense, but...
You also mentioned when I was in your studio that you a little bit like you consider them kind of lost childs. When they're gone, they're gone. You hope people keep them somehow, but you don't want to know where they're gone, you said.
Yeah, like my older works, yeah.
Which is quite particular. It's kind of, I felt, in the internal process of your own artistic work, you have a process of distancing yourself from it at the same time as making sure that each painting has this type of individual, difference, that it can negate the other one in a way. So that's where I thought your work, in a very, the internal process of your work connected to this overall question here.
Yeah, like I feel like my works have a certain quite limited lifespan to some extent. Like there is a certain purpose they are supposed to fill, and when that kind of very arbitrary purpose has been met, then they can be wherever, they can be destroyed or given to someone or sold somewhere. Yeah. Anything?
Okay, to me it's
It's nothing political in your work.
Stay like completely outside these thoughts, these political undercurrents going on in the world. But to me, that core essence of the work is not like the political commentary or something. Excuse me, I have to cough.
But is political only the commentary? That's the question. Is even your medium, the way you treat your medium, doesn't assign politics?
Excuse me?
Even by the way you treat your medium doesn't assign some kind of politics?
Yeah, I guess so. But like, what I mean to say that I don't really think about those things when I make the works, and I don't really think about those things when I finish them and look at them. To me, they exist somewhere like completely outside these thoughts, these words. But that doesn't mean that I would like be against like political content in artworks, or that if someone would assign some political meaning to my work, then it's fine. Good for you.
okay.
I don't know if we could jump one turn or not, but I was thinking in bringing up this Jean-Luc Godard kind of manifesto, we could say it, which is a picture we've been using also for the what has to be done, because here it discusses what is political and what makes an artwork politically. But we can leave it for later maybe and wait for your intervention.
The stuff what I've been working with, like I said, started 2013. And yeah, this is the portfolio, so we can go a bit through. So yeah, this was after this was my bachelor work, which was presented in FAFA, and before this I was doing quite much like somehow like installations, more object-based things, like these ones. And then after this I really wanted to change the way I was working. I wanted to somehow approach more freedom in my studio, which was 2 meters 50 cents high, and the depth was 3 meters and 240. So it was quite big, and that gave me the possibility to just, it was a kind of like a neutral surface to just put things into the white cube, and I made few ones. Here's just 2 of them, 2 images, and somehow I got like tired of the walls. I still had the kind of like the dimensions around me, so I wanted to get away. So this didn't last so long time, maybe 2 months or something, and then as a base of my works. So this was the next one, and this was the time they renovated Kaikukatu, so they threw away a lot of wood, and I started to collect that stuff inside my studio, and basically just took everything, all my studio stuff onto the sides, and took away and started to use the whole thing, whole space, like the surface. And then I just built it and yeah, documented this one just by photographing, but afterwards also with video. So it was really like, and after that I've been like working in more or less in this way. Just building, documenting and taking it down. And I'm recycling mainly the same stuff from the work to the next one. So yeah, this was built in Stockholm in 2 days. And then like here is the bed, which was now in the Kuvan Kevät exhibition, but I always, and yeah, this was a fireplace. I have video documentation of this one also, but yeah, and I don't know yet, like, that's why I'm photographing still photos and video, because I don't know which is the kind of like, what is the final work? Is it the one which is presented in a gallery, or is it the documentation? I think it's the both ones, like, yeah. So if you want to see the video, there is just some short. That's just one small part. It's the video final work is not yet done. And now in this exhibition, I think, like, I've been interested about the idea of building the exhibition space or part of the gallery space somewhere outside, somewhere like, one possibility is Levytia, the sculptor department's outside yard, which is like one possible place where to do it. And then maybe, yeah, if somebody wants to collaborate, bring something into the, like, my gallery space, that would be also, like, I'm open about the ideas how to, what is the final form or whatever, like where it's going from there. But that's been, and either documented over there, or then if it's possible to stream that gallery space, like my or our gallery space inside to this gallery space, and kind of like, I don't know, there it feels more like the sky is the limit, like you can do whatever. And I like the idea. That's why I wanted to change 2013 the way of working, because I want to get rid of the idea of always taking something like from place A to place B, like, and then opposite, like just trying to find new ways to work and create as much freedom as possible to do crazy things. That's about it.
Okay, I'm gonna bring the computer back there. So the way I understood this in relation to this project was like kind of radically displace the exhibition space outside, even like almost anonymously, because people wouldn't really know where it is.
Yeah.
It's like it exists, but it's completely out of the system in a way. Wasn't it?
Yeah. And if it would be like video documented, in the end you would probably see that it's somewhere else, like, otherwise I would really like to do it so that there would be concrete floor and white walls and the same color as here, and so that you would just first you would see that it's the space, but when the camera is coming backwards you could maybe see like the yard or something, that it would mix up the idea that where is this, what is this location, where does it exist really.
So But in this space, for example, it could or it would be presented as a video or maybe a streaming.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah, and nothing would be brought otherwise, like maybe physically over here.
So while the exhibition is on here,
Yeah.
it's not, but it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
And therefore it's like kind of, a system out of the system. How should I call it? Like physically, completely stepping.
Yeah. One idea was also to change my whole apartment as like a studio, but yeah, to take all the stuff away and then just use that one. But I think this outside you get more like I want to get rid of the kind of like the ceiling and the walls and this like. Yeah,
you were mentioning that like
to do a work and then you document it. That's enough. I don't feel at all like people have been asking like, don't you feel bad when you're taking down? Like, no, I don't feel at all bad. Like, I feel relieved somehow.
But nowadays we document them. Earlier times, even there will be these proposals or that would not be documented that much. Some performances that were refusing the gallery, the art system, or some at the beginning of the land art, that they would not like to be even brought into space, into the form of a documentation. And this was also a refusal of the exhibition space. So I'm quite surprised still that people, makes this emphasis on, hey, do you feel bad while destroying or unbuilding? No. Of course.
This makes me think also of something that Duchamp said in general, and he's, of course, a very crucial figure in deviation and not necessarily known for radical refusal, but I think he is if you read him well. He said that, the most courageous thing an artist could do, like you say, you have to build up this exhibition and take it down, and all the time you are in this system that time-wise does not allow you to actually properly build a great work. No. And so he took 25 years or 20 years to make his glass, which was an act of refusal of that system to say that it needed, great works needed those space of time, and that system is not organized to providing that.
Yeah. Well, it's just the art practice as a waste of time, which is also by doing this and not redoing it is you are wasting your time. So that's another way of looking into art practice as a waste of time, which has been another argument now why artists are considered, and that goes back into the question of how do we assign value to the art? Because we start from this waste of time.
Exactly, this power thing. I'm actually reminded, I've been just going through, this is just a sidetrack, going through the Live Art Prize nominees for the Anti Festival, one of which is the Vina Group. Does anyone know the Vina Group? The Russian group? The guerrilla art group? Because they have this beautiful work, they're kind of refusing a lot of things. But there are two really political, really interesting figures in the nominees. This is, there's somebody called Bob and Roberta Smith, who's actually Patrick Brill, who goes everywhere with beautifully painted signs and manifestos. I don't know how well he's known. But he took very actively part in the UK elections this spring. And then Vaina does this guerrilla type of things, which they are kind of using. I'm just thinking that how normal my kind of general way of thinking would be to, when you are describing the act of putting up an exhibition and then dismantling it, it sounds really weird that often we don't think about exhibitions in that way. Like, what are the conventions and what is the framework and what is the intellectual thing and what does it actually entail? Because situations in themselves, they kind of actually sort of define what can be done. That's actually a Duchampian teaching by Jean-François Lyotard, that you kind of you take a system, a device, and you try to do something with that device. He's actually talking about perspective in relation with Duchamp. So what you, the only thing you can do with that is actually to reproduce the device itself somehow, or the way the device represents itself. So it's kind of really neat that you're talking about the exhibition as something where you bring stuff in and then you take it out, because that's kind of a way, that's already a small beginning towards starting to think about what is kind of seemingly natural about exhibitions, and some things that, which is the kind of frame that we hardly ever actually see. I see it a lot because I'm kind of, looking at it. But people are normally just tuning into something that they would think is the work and then forgetting everything surrounding it. So that's why I think it is such a great idea to start thinking about what the exhibition sort of format, in its particular formats, and the general idea of exhibiting work. What does it entail? What is the kind of normal situation? And I'm kind of taking my cue also from a lot of situations which have set frames somehow. Just today, I'm sorry, I have a really, crazy day today, but I've been thinking about so many things that if you can't follow, please ask. Because I was thinking about, I don't know if you have ever had to go to a child psychologist. Probably a lot of people would have. My mother was one. So I've been today thinking about the former offices or playing rooms of child psychologists, because they had a sandbox and toys and small like family figures and everything, and the kids that came there naturally without having a clue what was, of course, the psychologist is trying to help them. They started kind of reenacting whatever scenes they had kind of found traumatic in the sandbox, and that was the situation itself which created it. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how people can respond to a kind of exhibiting situation by looking at what it actually is. Because you could think about schools as places where kids learn something, or you could look at schools as places where it's supposed to actually go every day and then come back, or you'll be forced to go there, or your parents will be challenged by the Finnish state or something. In Finland, you're kind of supposed to put your kid in one. There's just one kind of school. So, Mika is looking. Yeah, you can, But what I'm trying to say that you're seemingly, really naive and stupid. It sounds like, this is a person who's never heard about what art is or what art exhibitions are. But he thinks that art exhibition is something where you take stuff in and then after 2 weeks you take it out. But that is actually what it is also. That's kind of, so that's so interesting about it. And so I would like to, people think, make people think more about it.
To consider talking about the psychologists, the school, all these are systems. So somehow is deconstructing, is looking into the exhibition as the system that creates. So deconstructing, but I think looking today in this kind of system, we should, to my opinion, we have to look at them as what kind of economies also they create.
Yeah,
and
they
I
also
think this is
definitely that's the next step then.
It's not just the formal articulation of the exhibition and the deconstruction of the formality, is also the economies that they create and the economies that we as artists can articulate.
Yeah, but I think it's like you can kind of move further or think about, you have the whatever is called work, and I don't know where work is, or very like Shoji Kato, who did his doctoral work just recently, and he can never answer where the work. He was asked in the dissertation situation whether the work is everywhere. Is it because it was situated on Espalava? And is it also on the Esplanade Park? Is it also in all of Helsinki? Is it everywhere? And he said, yes, it's everywhere. So that is one thing. So, but once you start kind of sort of dismantling the exhibiting system, you can, and looking at the frame, you can also see what is kind of the next frame, and then you're getting into.
But then this is a good opportunity to think about the exhibition and the platform of the exhibition.
It's okay, but we can talk about it further. Yeah, okay, but Henry, go, but it's just...
Yeah, speaking of frames, because, sorry, but I need to, Okay, talking about like Duchampian and environmental art and conceptual art and exhibition making, so on and so on. You know, and the frame as a kind of a social setting to an artwork or whatever. Maybe I would kind of because we have. Maybe I need to criticize the setting here a little bit in this respect, because we are being framed here all the time. There's no artwork, but there's a bunch of artists and curators. So are we now being some sort of like a... Yeah, we are now the contents of the thing happening. And I'm being really freaked out because that thing is staring at me all the time. And also when you speak to a microphone, when you but when you start speaking into a microphone, that becomes a performance. Mm-hmm. So now we have kind of some sort of, I don't know, live. Yeah, this is... I'm playing myself in a reality show. So, if you want to question things or refuse particular social settings as well as economical, socioeconomic situation in art world or in society in general, I'm not sure if this is going the right way at the moment. If you get what I'm...
It's true. It's interesting you bring it up like this because it's in itself also an act of resistance, because somehow, as you know, that it is very difficult to connect people somehow and to concentrate them in this, bring them together to discuss things. This is particularly my experience here in how classes are set up, how things can actually get concentrated in a conversation seemed always quite difficult. Some people are in the middle of Finland now because something else is happening. There is this overproduction going on. So I thought maybe we resisted by connecting it also, you know.
What would you feel for you the kind of like a neutral position to start? What is your like opinion? What do you think? Like if this is already like framed, what is not framed? Or what would be the kind of like the neutral surface?
There is no neutral surface ever. But I don't know. The surface or the frame you choose, whatever you do, is going to, like you said, is going to already. It is. You already have a step marks.
It's directing the meaning, yeah, of course.
So. Yeah. So you have this instrument, and you can use the instrument this way or that way, but you know it's already kind of it's not necessarily limiting, but
yeah, well, actually, what you are mentioning, Henrik, of course, was discussed with Barbara when we were commenting on this possibility and this situation of documenting it and how we will feel somehow in a stage, or how the microphone will be mediating our conversations, or how might the fact of having the cameras make us feel nervous or whatever. But we thought that it could be also a positive way. You know, even if we would have not been talking at the microphone, maybe someone would have been recording it in an audio recorder, and maybe would have been transcripts. So what is the difference. I don't know if that many people would be now watching the streaming, because it might be also quite annoying and boring to have all the time the screen on, you know.
It was intended to connect the students who are not here, which are exactly the people who are there now. They can now follow what is going on here. They are somewhere else, and it was intended, because we can't, to have somebody to register, record it for us, write it down, to kind of present first initial ideas of it from everybody's point of view.
So we are kind of recording. Instead of having a group exhibition or whatever, we are kind of recording exhibition happening, or the preparation.
No.
No, not really. That's not the way I thought of it. This recording becomes material on the blog, which we can. For us, we're back tomorrow. We're all disconnected again until the end. So how can we continue? That you would actually do something on that blog. How can you bring your ideas there so that we can breathe? It's not something you naturally do. Continue, but that's what I have been seeing. People like kind of, it's a summer situation also. It's just also the reality. It's the summer. Like we're all gone tomorrow, and.
I'm not really wanting to have this, whatever it is. So
no one.
What I wanted to say is also that I have also thought that, well, in my own mind, I thought that it's something that Barbara knows this well. At one point, this Clementine Bellis, who's probably now Haus der Kunst in München or something. No, that would be of Wiener, but yeah,
Frankfurt.
But kind of a philosopher who's done work on the 18th century philosophers, called the kind of the libertarian laboratory, where you can do no matter what. I'm sort of expecting people to start behaving badly, and I'm expecting to find why, because I always expect, because I like that. You're supposed to be. In order to be an obedient art student, you're supposed to be behaving badly. That's a double bind in art education, actually. That's seriously strange. But I'm sort of, what I would be expecting to happen would be that somebody would start to use the floor as, recording down ideas, and another person would add to that, and it would be a beautiful kind of graffiti, text graffiti or something like that, and people just, flowing with ideas. So I guess I might, I probably need to start that myself if I want that to happen.
Can I propose something? Because there were some people that had some kind of appointment. If we just let them in and then we continue anyway, that was the idea of these discussions after. But it's okay. But you gave a really nice presentation while you were not here. Okay. It was bad edited, but it was really interesting.
You can always complain to them, like, hey, you've been not transparent with my statement here. I want told it fully, like in this blog.
But that is what happens in every system. This is like what I was referring to.
Yeah, it mediates a lot.
Television topics, somebody would always edit. So that's also.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Paula.
Thanks for coming, Rika.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is not very elegant. This being recorded.
Paula.
Well, you made it. You behaved badly.
Hello, Paula. Have you been able to follow our discussions a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it did work a little bit. So, yes, we have kind of a little bit talked yesterday and so on. You are in Berlin right now, and you are preparing, or you have been discussing this exhibition with your colleague, and have something you wanted to present to us, no?
Yes. Our approach would be guitar to do some performative action or video performance. And we would have to work on or investigate our inner parenthood and also the stage in our minds and fourth wall. and we would like to invite the audience to keep contact and do with navigate with art.
Okay, so it's a performance that exists within your in an inner performance, like, if I understand well. Can you?
No, it would be a real performance, like a physical.
Mm-hmm.
But we would like to keep it still open, and some will come also to learning, and we could also contribute to the blog.
Yes. So it's the idea of how you could allow other people to participate in your performance. But if I understand well, in the beginning you said that you would present a performance that somehow, did I understand it correctly? Is your inner performance? You said, no, something that it's you and your colleague have in your mind.
Our starting point is like the inner, what is in our mind, what are the parameters. But then we like to do a physical thing, or really not just in our mind thing.
But conceptually it would depart from this idea of the concept of this inner performance.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it's something that I think that relates to things that have been said here about the gallery being outside and then bringing it back in, which Milan was saying. It's somehow the inner performance represents the performance that is not captured by the system, but it is in you, but still you try to overcome that border to bring it in a public context. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, that was really nice. Does anybody want to ask something to Paula, or mention something about or contribute something to this idea?
But how she would describe, if there is a description of the performance, how do you envision an inner performance in a physical state? How do you envision?
Yes.
How do you realize? How do you articulate?
I don't understand. Sorry.
Oh.
Connect us. Maybe I put the speaker away.
Yes. Hello? Now she's...
Hello, Paula, can you hear us?
Hello?
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 Yes, these are the problems of life.
Yeah.
So the question was, how do you envision, how do you want to articulate this inner performance? The idea of how can you translate, I guess, what is this idea of the inner performance into a real physical performance?
Well, we have this idea of, we have both ballet background, and they have these wooden things that you hold your hand on, these ballets.
Yes.
And we would like to maybe work on those, because they are kind of like barriers also. They are obstacles and also helpful. So, I'm not sure if I can explain this.
But I think it's clear. I mean, I understand that certainly probably the idea of the notion of an inner performance and to articulate it is the way you are translating this question here, which is the question what is to be done, and the question what is to be done is about how do we relate to the system, being something like how do we bring our work to an external context and that system, and how can we keep a distance from that at the same time so that we can keep our integrity or some kind of authenticity without being, as Henrik said, framed and therefore the concept of the frame wouldn't determine it. So you are trying to do something that is as close as possible to the concept of the inner, which is the probably authentic, unframed performance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a really nice contribution. In fact, I think there are like very many connections appearing already in terms of frame. It's becoming also quite an interesting categoric way of seeing things here. So thank you very much, Paula, for bringing this, and so we'll move on to the rest if you follow us online on the blog or on the... Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Shall we take one of here again, or shall we call somebody else, because maybe then we don't have these...
The most practical thing, Barbara.
Well, I'm just a bit worried because we want to continue to discuss that the people on the other side think we're not calling them because we're behind time. Yeah, because we promised between 4 and 5 and now that they're not going to be there. Like Monica, for example.
But if it's...
You can do another one and then I do Monica after.
Okay, I can come up with this good art manifesto just to bring it up here, because I thought since you use this material, it would be good to recuperate his reflections. Because sometimes also, you know, it's a kind of manifesto, if you want to call it. I don't know if we should call it like that. It was written in January 1907 at the request of Simon Field and Peter Sainsbury, and was for this After Image magazine. And it has been translated from French to English in this case, so that we would all understand it. And if you remember, there is this image where there is the quai in the left column in red and fer in the blue color in the right side. And it says something like this: we must make political films. We must make films politically. 1 and 2, so the first point and the second point, are antagonists to each other and belong to two opposing conceptions of the world. 1 belongs to the idealistic and metaphysical conception of the world. 2 belongs to the Marxist and dialectical conception of the world. Marxism struggles against idealism and the dialectical against the metaphysical. This struggle is the struggle between the old and the new, between new ideas and old ones. The social existence of men determines their thought. The struggle between the old and the new is a struggle of classes. To carry out one is to remain a being of the bourgeois class. To carry out two is to take up a proletarian class position. To carry out one is to make descriptions of situations. To carry out two is to make concrete analysis of a concrete situation. To carry out one is to make British sounds. This is a film he made within a collective. To carry out two is to struggle for the showing of British sounds on English television. To carry out one is to understand the law of the objective world in order to explain the world. To carry out two is to understand the law of the objective world in order to actively transform that world. To carry out one is to describe the wretchedness of the world. To carry out two is to show the people in struggle. To carry out two is to destroy one with the weapons of criticism and self-criticism. To carry out one is to give a complete view of events in the name of truth in itself. To carry out two is not to fabricate our complete images of the world in sounds. To carry out two is to study the contradictions between the relationships of production and the productive forces. To carry out 2 is to dare to know where one is and where one has come from, to know one's place in the process of production in order then to change it. To carry out 2 is to know the history of revolution struggles and be determined by them. To carry out 2 is to produce scientific knowledge of revolution struggles and of their history. To carry out 2 is to know that filmmaking is a secondary activity, a small screw in the revolution. To carry out 2 is to use images and sounds as teeth and lips to bite with. To carry out 1 is only to open the eyes and the ears. To carry out 2 is to read the reports of the comrade Kiang Xing. To carry out 2 is to be militant. I don't know, maybe because coming to Helsinki just directly from the Venice Biennale, you know, where you are put yourself into this kind of big show, art fair, which is already in Venice, which is like, you know, we can think that the globalization started in that city. There you are confronted with watching works that are dealing with some problematics in some other countries or even in Europe. And some of them are considered political, but just by documenting these miseries, I thought that it was meaningful also to bring up here Godard in this case, in this specific situation, because to me that's the difference between 1 and 2, and also because, of course, he's also addressing the questions of representation and image. I'll just keep it very short now, or we can discuss it later.
In this statement of Godard, I think, at this moment in globalization, as you say, is that I have a difficulty that goes, it addresses everything as binary oppositions. That nowadays, I don't think we can stop in the binary opposition because we have a much more wider and much more hybrid kind of culture. So we have more diversity, let's say. So I have that's my only argument.
Maybe just to say that I don't actually know this manifesto, and I'm not quite. Obviously, I'm familiar with Godard's films, but being written in 1970 and recognizing the language of the manifesto, it's kind of be number 2 is to be militant. It's kind of inside this box of a Marxist thought on art or whatever society, which is a little bit or particular way of kind of Marxist thought, which is, I would say, quite old-fashioned, or how relevant it is today. Of course, it has. Well, every manifesto has the same problems. That if you do a manifesto, you have to do kind of grand statements of how things are or whatever, and then you are you're likely to be in problems very soon with that. So in terms of what is to be done, I'm not sure how. Yeah, I'm not sure how helpful Mr. Godard is anymore with us.
Okay. This actually reminds me of one thing. Last weekend I was in Stockholm listening to a lot of statements too, and I think it was Hans Ulrich who was always talking about manifesto, said that we now come to a point that it's the manifestos have become irrelevant as format because of what exactly you said, that it's and as you said, it's just exactly the contrary of what we are trying to understand from the world. Yeah. Okay, shall we ask Monica, because she's somehow there waiting in an office for somebody else with a connection. So let me call her. Hello, Monica? Yes. Have you been able to follow a little bit what we have been discussing here? Okay, the connection with your, at least the voice is very bad. Could you maybe talk a bit closer to your microphone? I think that might help. And but let's try. Present us. Well, you had some thoughts also about this whole thing. So what are you working on?
Well, I was doing the research about humanities work documenting activities in text, and basically one that I wanted more was the habit that we were thinking last time. So I was thinking about like I can do it and really find lots of programs and organizations that really should gather the curators that would activity in the activity. So the last that we did and we started I'm gathering students related to it, and then we working on some or other methods.
Hey, Monica, right now it's very complicated to understand what you say, just because somehow the volume isn't high enough. What? The quality of, it's probably the quality of your microphone, so people are having a hard time to follow now exactly. Is it lying on something, your computer, on something soft?
No.
It's like there is something on the microphone covering it. Okay, you mean like we will try back in later again, okay? Try to figure out about the microphone and then we'll see. Okay?
Yeah.
See you. Bye. Okay, so this one was a bit hard. Shall we, do you want to come forward?
Why not? Complete manifesto. I hate everything now. No, it's I don't know. This whole thing with like exhibition space is starting to feel a bit ridiculous for myself sometimes, but I does. So I had this. It came from like meeting a lot of people who like don't have any work or anything this summer. So I had this idea, like thinking about what is art really worth? Is it worth anything? Is it worth in a society? Can anyone pay for it, or do anyone pay for it? So I had this sort of idea of creating this organization called Summer Hustling Group or Club, Summer Hustling Club, to be this sort of club and be very crassly selling out as for like a test. So we're going to have like it's going to be kind of free form, and I'm going to invite people I know and people I don't know probably, if someone wants to come. and try to be a sellout for one day. Yes. So I have had like this, going to be like centered around like this business archetypes, like, I don't know, pyramid schemes, internet advertising, trying to change politicians for your own business. So, and it's going to be like a video. The framework, the product is going to be like a video that is always like updating for like new tries. Like, I tried this now, and the next one is I tried this. So it's always like a very fastly and going to be updated through the summer. So yeah, it's because there is this sort of notion of like being a sellout. It's always very interesting also, especially around here when we always had the galleries built around the foundations and things, and you barely can't actually be a sellout. Try to sell your art anyways, because it's
because you have to actually pay for exhibiting and being an artist. So I don't know, pay out.
Yes.
Payout.
Yes. So, yeah, that was like...
So you're in a kind of ironical way showing or pointing to the contradictions in the system itself. That, and that is going to come through, as you said, with videos, through different examples or cases you make up. Or
I was thinking to make a web shop for this website also.
Yes. Where we can sell out art which is unout-sellable or something like that. Yeah. So.
Probably made from the things outside in scrap.
Okay, so it's again another project that points to the frame, the system, by deviating something you try to kind of step out, but it therefore becomes in its own way a critical project about.
Using the tools, I think, is very interesting because it's almost like reverse engineering. You're using the same tools of the somehow. The website, using the tools of your enemies, they call reverse engineering, which is very interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting, humorous and interesting.
Yeah.
And also because I don't want to have it too like artists, I try to at least invite people outside because it's more fun, like to do cooperative stuff and like with a lot of people than like being and thinking about artwork, and it doesn't really need necessarily to be like artists.
Interesting.
Well, that just going very fastly yesterday through this creativity, valorizing all the time our self-precariousness and this, painful intensification of lots of hours, whatever.
Unpaid work.
Yeah, unpaid work.
It depends how you formalize it too. It depends how he's going to formalize it. Because everything, all ideas have to find, they are articulated through a form. So precariousness is a medium too. It's a conceptual framework. So if you find a way to formalize precariousness, it's very interesting, I find. And that's where how you evaluate this. Because sometimes we stay in the ideas, but we never think how we formalize. And this has been the big issue of socially engaged art.
Yes.
This is why Claire Bishop has been screaming, and because it's how we formalize. They're amazing, interesting idea, but the formalization and the effect and the impact. So precariousness, if it finds a form of articulation, it has a value and validity, and effect. That's how I see it. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think.
Agree.
Can you elaborate a little bit? Formalizing? precarity?
Yes,
As in,
I see all these ideas, let's say, all these concepts, as a form of articulation, as a way that we articulate. So, but we cannot articulate anything without finding a form of articulation. And this is where is the issue here, and the problem, and has been a big, a lot of discourse right now, because socially engaged political art has been so important, but it is how you articulate that. Yeah. And this is why it's very important to find, yes, we have a great idea, it is, but it's how we formalize the form that you articulate, how you represent. And in that form, that's again, you can become, you can create agency, you can create all the criticality. But this is so important, is this how you articulate. This I find is the biggest.
It's a critical point of our days of making political art.
Exactly, successor and success. And this is, if you read, I really have appreciate Claire Bishop, that she took a big, and many others, but she's the more mainstream right now, because she wrote this book, Artificial Hells, and this is what I find interesting.
And I mean, there is one very, very radical example of this that is now very much being discussed. Maybe explain it to make it very explicit for those who are trying to understand this. Is this work by Renzo Martens, which is called Human Enjoy Poverty, where he wants to talk about this poverty of, in this case, Africa, that by gentrifying it, by bringing it back to the art world here in Europe, it can actually, I'm now talking very positively about the work, but I have my doubts about it, he can generate money for the poor. And by founding exactly the straight and right form, and he's been elaborating enormously on it, he's actually now building a colony to generate that gentrification, so that the poor could finally start to make money from their poorness through the gentrification and formalization of the art conceptualization of these things. So he's politically really, but it's extremely radical, because it takes the form that, for example, he goes and establishes a colony in Africa, where these people are then being educated to become artists by Claire Bishops and others that are flown in there. They are producing, in this case, for example, 35 euros it's worth, sculptures in chocolate. Because what do? We go there to get the cacao and the chocolate back. And these chocolate pieces are sent back. And so they are starting to make a system that is producing, only through the art world possible formalization, money back to them. It's being very criticized, this work. But it's an extreme example of it. Yeah.
But also Superflex have been criticized.
Yeah, Superflex also, yes. Yeah. You know those people.
Well, the reason also why I wanted to come up with this Enjoy Your Precarity was because of Renzo Martens' resonation work. Because it is very problematic. I thought like that if my space and we find it proper for this occasion, we might comment it. So
it's just to explain a little bit how radical that can become.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to speak about your proposition? It kind of relates a bit to precariousness, you said, no?
Yeah. I don't have a proposal yet, but in terms of okay, there's a problem with a lot of these discussions about social issues and politically engaged art and so on in the art world and academics and so on, is that well, for instance, we are using a lot of terms such as radicality or critique and so on without really defining them. And okay, problem with the critical institutional critique and and so on has been going on for since like 1960s and 70s and so on. But the problem with that is that it doesn't. I would say that we are being quite optimistic to say with its own bubble or its own sphere of so yeah, okay, you can be socially engaging, critical artist, whatever, and that's it. But still, the conditions of production of your own precarity. It's kind of it becomes kind of even if you become successful, it becomes kind of now we are in this biennale or this exhibition, and then you then you can show with your artwork critically how shit global capitalism system is for most of the people in this planet, and then you can go great, and that's it. So I guess well, for instance, going back to Godard, well, he's talking about being militant practice. Well, to actually be radical, actually be militant, not necessarily in terms of violence or killing people in a way, would be actually to try to precarity. Does that make sense? Yeah, I do not happen, yeah.
But I think the way you are discussing it and what you were bringing, I think it's probably one of the most challenging things of our times for art, is that, as you can feel from some at least of the projects, there is a sense of trying to be engaged in this, which is then again, Rika would call a moral obligation or a political engagement in these, where we see the system not being just in a way, just to the art, just to the value of the work, not just to the rest of the world. Some people will bring this up sometimes too, in such the problem of the system cannot fit in our own system somehow because we don't consider it art. So there are many layers to this problem, which I think any intelligent or engaged artist feels somehow responsible to this thing. But as you say, that's what Bishop said. The crucial question is of our times, how to give form to that. It was a question also, it's not of our times also, it's actually what in 1929 Julien Benda, a political philosopher, called the la trahison des clercs. How can we as intellectuals be engaged and still have the right form? As you know, in the 19th, that their engagement was in a system that actually was brutally bad. They didn't knew that in the beginning. The conceptual frame didn't say it was going to be like that. But that trahison des clercs meant when an intellectual engages into form, into the reality of life, in this case, politics that became action and real organization of society, he may not have the actual right format to do that, to correct it, to have even sometimes in that case the possibility is not only an artist, is to find the right form for that. And I think it is an interesting question, and I was speaking to Okwien Weser about this because after the Venice Biennale, and he didn't like that. He has a very different opinion on it. He said to me, yes, but Barbara, he said, you guys don't see the work that is going out there in the world. You feel this concern for this precariousness, but at the same time you just don't recognize all the work that is being done of value For example, in his case, he's concerned about the fact that, cultures of Africa and artists of Africa are not represented, and they are therefore in a precarious situation toward the system. He said, it is because you don't want to see it also, he said. In a way, we never represent them. And there is all this great work out there. We don't go there. If we would engage, there would be a more equal thing. That's his kind of take on this.
Is the form, and also is whether it can have an effect. This what the artist intellectual. What is can it have an effect, and what kind of effect or impact? And usually doesn't. And this is also another problem, because it's very interesting. She was going back to Claire or other. They were bringing examples of works that artists are doing months afterwards, and you ask them, do you remember what happened? And they don't even have an idea of what was happening. They don't even know. They just remember, so it's also very interesting to realize that under this kind of framework, what is the issues? Although there is, as you said very well, there is a huge history of this kind of works, but still, I think nowadays, for some reason, because we have also the opportunity, I have a difficulty in certain identifying or branding, I find, because the art market wants you to be branded, you see. So there is this agency that we can create by the way, again, going back into the form and how we articulate form.
Brilliant. Maybe I did a bit of a presentation last night and tried to write out in terms of precarity. So maybe if you're interested to hear it, I read a little bit about it, because I think it leads into this. So as a kind of a concept or tag or what I'm personally interested to bring into the table is the word precarious. And it's usually best to start with the definition, because this is not a simple concept, and there's quite a lot of confusion about it. So just like Oxford English Dictionary defines precarious, not securely held or in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse. An example sentence, precarious ladder. And 2, dependent on change, uncertain, such as he made a precarious living as a painter. I find it quite funny that, the example sentence for precarious in Oxford is he made a precarious living as a painter, as an artist. So, but anyway, also to bring yeah, and the origin, I'm a bit of a word geek, so the origin of the word in the English language is from mid-17th century, from Latin precarius, which means obtained by entreaty. Entreaty is a humble request, for instance, that comes from prex or prec, which means a prayer. So we have a set of words here: securely, dangerously, collapse, dependent, uncertain, painter, and prayer. Reason why in Finland there's the term precarious or precarious worker. We have a term which is well known, prekariaatti, and it's kind of an established term. But the reason why I wanted to kind of start with this kind of definition is that, prekariaatti is not a translation in Finnish, so it's actually a really bad, it brings up a lot of confusion what it actually means. So in kind of, in kind of a 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 Now, so what is a precarious worker, and how it connects with art workers? Well, one, the job security is low or non-existent. 0-hour contracts, temporary workers, seasonal laborers, and so on. Lack of job security makes planning one's life difficult or impossible, shutting off the possibilities of socio-economic advancement. Second, wages do not meet even lowest possible living standards compared to rent level and food prices and other essential daily expenses, resulting in adversary living conditions, degrading health, distress, increasing the possibility of mental illnesses and substance abuse. 3, the possibility of social advancement through education and study are small or none, resulting in low social and cultural capital, i.e. the cultural and social knowledge and networks to help persons advance and seek more secure position in society. So in terms of like, okay, this is probably for many of you, like, you know all this stuff, but going from there, obviously in Finland and in everywhere, most art workers, apart from like big stars, who get to the level where they actually get to sell for big collections and get to, you know, present in biennales and whatever. Apart from that, most art workers would, by that definition, be part of so-called precarious class. Apart from that, they do have cultural and social capital. Because if you have a university degree, you're probably going to be quite well. You read books and you know people. You have networks. Whereas, say, an immigrant laborer who doesn't necessarily speak Finnish, such as, for instance, like over half of the cleaners in Helsinki, capital region, are from immigrant background. You know, there's this contrast between art workers defined in kind of more old labor mothers, i.e. you have a full-time job, for instance, such as industrial laborers. Then there's precarious cultural workers, such as artists, and then they're very, should I call it, a real precariat or precarious workers, which is such as immigrant laborers and so on. Now, problem with when we talk about artists and with we are kind of creating already here a same bubble to each other and to the discussion. In terms of if we only talk about it through the framework of art or the art world or institution, then we are already kind of limiting the ways in which to act, to actually change or transform ways of how these conditions of precarity or worker conditions or cultural, socio-economical hierarchy in society is created. So yeah, I don't know. I have a really bad habit to ramble quite a bit, but so maybe discussing what is to be done is not just ironically do social critique or whatever. Also to discuss what you would like to happen. And real how we are not going to here to change the whole global system, but for instance, how would to imagine alternatives locally, for instance, here in Helsinki, how to change the different, how to create a different model for artistic work that actually would be sustainable and not so precarious, and how that might help to imagine other ways of for workers in general, whether you're immigrant laborer or factory worker, office workers or whatever, to create a different sort of more sustainable model, economically and otherwise. Does that make any sense, or I'm gonna stop now?
As you know, in Italy, it was a whole movement called precariat. So if you look at them and how all these movements sustain or they repeat themselves right now. I'm from Greece originally, so all these issues about the precarious labor, the precarious identity, the non-existing identity, and how the whole culture, the system is totally precarious. So I think actually compared to other, so I find that probably in Finland it's very different the way precariousness probably is addressed than it is in Greece, than it is in Italy, than it is in Spain, than it is in the US. Don't you think? It changes very much. It's like, we talk about anarchisms. When I talk in US about anarchist, it's a terrorist. When I talk in Greece about anarchism, it means another way of thinking. So it's also, all this depends where in the context that we address them. So precariousness is, yes, it is an issue, and it is it's globalization and immigration and economies that, it creates this precarious, that even our identity is precarious, to my opinion. But I think it depends very much in the context that we address it, and it changes from place to place.
Okay, I think it's very important issues right now, and in Finland I think we now live in social democrat system, and people doesn't recognize and doesn't understand it. We are so used to be in social democratic system that we don't understand that we have a free education, we have had a free, medical systems around us, and free feed care and everything. And now only the artists, not only the visual artists, also all the actors and musicians and those who haven't official role in the social democrat system what we had. We are living on the future, and the other people who have a permanent job, they live in social democrat systems. And that is now our new governments, maybe they want to collapse the social democrat systems, and the people are vote for them. No, of course they are also, they lie before the elections. People don't know what they vote for. Yeah, but now they are maybe want to collapse the social democrat systems, and some of the people think that this government really have walls and really are very strong, because they don't understand that they live
In terms of the in terms of social democracy in Finland and its future collapsion,
it's not collapse, of course.
it already did.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It already has happened. For instance, it was just yesterday in Yle News.
Right.
This political PhD researcher in University of Jyväskylä was saying that there's approximately 500,000 people working, 500,000 workers in Finland who are living under the poverty line in Finland.
I'm sure about that.
So there's like 2.5 million workers altogether in Finland. 500,000 of these are approximations.
So sorry, I said it's have already divided. So, yeah, that's.
And how it has happened in England and France and many other places, Italy. Well, it's been already going on for like 15 years, and now it's just speeding up. Speaking of Thatcher and her nickname Tina, there is no alternative. This is how it's given to us as well. There is no alternative.
Just mentioning something some of the people said during the discussions before, like of course we are sitting here in a very, in a way, luxurious space. The academy provides all this possibility for exhibitions, and so we are not yet there. And somebody found it a kind of little bit pervert question, just coming to this thing like this is what we're going to miss and not have anymore, these potentials. And we are sitting here kind of stopping it and not using it, and is it kind of also a way of wasting it, like in a way? So I just wanted to bring that up, that some people have said that about this project, which is an interesting way also of seeing ourselves as being a contradiction in terms.
Well,
bloody artists using all the taxpayers' money you're not even fucking using.
Not doing anything. That's kind of the resume of it.
Well, I think we are discussing how we want to form our, about the ways and the forms. I'll pass.
I have.
Yeah, just a moment. Do you want me to hold it?
No, thanks. I find this conversation now really interesting. This what is to be done question is something I've been asking myself all the time. For me, it's like ecological and political question, and here in art school, I'm all the time wondering if I am in a right place or not. Should I do something else, and I am not doing enough. For example, this spring I attended the spring show. My name is Henna. I attended the spring show, and because of that I didn't time to attend every day's food workshop where actually people in Helsinki are figuring out how to produce food together outside the system. These kind of questions. So one thing that interests me is how actually our life form at the moment is based on the use of fossil energy. Many people are talking about that all the time, and also contemporary art is a bit difficult question for me because I find it is also a way to use energy and maybe like use resources. It's an ethical question. Also, there have been some inspiring examples what to do in this situation when our society is changing and all this environmental crisis, also inside contemporary art. For example, this artist Eero Ylivakkuri has the Hevoslinja project, where he actually is investigating old riding routes in Finland and learning to ride a horse, and this kind of like finding the old skills again and bringing them into this society. Also, I just found a project by Vilina Koivisto and Vilma Merta. The project is called Farmers, and they learn to cultivate land as their fathers did, but they don't have any experience of that, and then they are negotiating with their fathers and trying to learn that skill. So this I find very interesting, what you can do also in art, that you can have art as a like kind of test zone where you can maybe test new ways of living, and you have permission to fail also, but yeah, it can be used for something, this kind of positive action. Because also I think that we discuss maybe too much instead of acting. This is what some anarchists said. It just came to my mind. It was a good phrase that it's kind of hedonism when we just have all the information and we discuss and discuss, but we don't act. Yeah. So acting and experiencing is something that interests me at the moment. Did somebody want to say something in between? Yeah.
Just a quick reference, because you said like art as a testing ground. I think Dutch sociologist Pascal Kielen has written about. Okay, this is a bit academic, but art as art, and especially avant-garde, and these kind of critical ways of making artwork, Duchamp and so on, as a kind of a testing ground for neoliberal capitalist society, which is interesting how you said that the way in Finland, for instance, artists live now is the future for rest of us. Yeah. Actually, so yeah. Well, if we look at modern art and contemporary art and so on, it has been for all of the 20th century been a testing ground for capitalist or so-called neoliberal economic system and so on. So could it be testing ground for something else?
Yeah, definitely, yes. And actually, Antti Salminen, philosopher, has some really interesting ideas about this new kind of avant-garde art. There's a book coming. You can maybe check that. Yes, and also...
You talk a lot about going back to the farm. The farmer is looking. He's collaborating with he's finding knowledge from his father. So you feel that I don't know. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but do you think that we should go back into skills or past skills for the future? How do you see? Because you make many references to the past. I mean, how people, yes, they make the gardens and all this commonality and sociality that artists are producing. But you also mentioned something about skills, because that requires certain skills. So it brings some kind also of labor, because the skill has to do with the knowledge of your hands, of something that it goes back to some kind of labor, correct? How do you see all this, though, in a culture which is so dominated by an invisible also labor? How do you bring this together? I mean, it's a good idea. I don't criticize. I just want to see, how do you see all this?
What do you mean by invisible labor? Can you explain?
Because I think we are by far in a moment in our culture that we work so much without knowing it. It's invisible. The hours we spend on labor and doing things without being, is unpaid and invisible. So going back to the past, to the farmer, you are going back to some kind of very, again, back skillful labor. To farm, you need to know how to farm. If you go back to what your dad was doing, when you do a garden. So that's why I want to see, how do you see that, what in the framework of what is going to be done?
It is that, it's completely unsustainable. I think, if I'm correct, he's pointing out that, I think he said in an interview to Helsingin Sanomat that, well, we know definitely that this system is going to collapse, so what the hell are we going to do after that? Which is, to him, is, well, I need to learn how to ride a horse. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean that many of these thinkers, anarchists and artists who do this kind of things do think that we have to find other options, because soon all this fossil-based society will anyway...
Yeah, this is a reality. I've been involved in collectives like that have this thinking. But maybe we could go back to this in a while, because Monica is waiting that we catch up with her since quite long time ago, and she needs to leave the studio. So, should we switch on the Skype? We can give it one try, but if it doesn't work. Let's give it a try. Okay, let's give it a try. Hello, Monica.
Hello?
Hello? Okay, this is better.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, much better. Maybe I switch off the camera so that we hear you better. Maybe you can switch it on. Or you want to see? Well, we would like to hear your ideas. Maybe it's better this way. It gets disconnected.
You know, I can hear that, but something comes up.
I think, do you think you can call Barbara or we can call you, because like Skype doesn't work? Sorry, then I don't know. It's a message.
Yeah, you can phone her with Skype.
I can maybe use a link. Yes.
Okay, but let me have a finish the job. Yeah. But I can fix it.
Okay, look, Monica, we will try to talk with you another way because it doesn't work.
Okay, but you can
Send us a phone number, and then we will call to that number. That's the easiest way, via Skype.
We have WhatsApp, Monica.
Okay, I have a system here.
We can make it via Skype.
Okay, so now I'm going to...
I think you can close the conversation.
Okay. Yes?
Please send me a number, a telephone number in Berlin to call you. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Valitsemanne numero ei ole käytössä. Olkaa hyvä ja tarkistakaa numero. Numret ni har valt är inte i bruk. Var god och kontrollera numret.
Yes, it's me. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Tuka. We are here all standing a little bit. So, as said, through the phone.
Yeah.
Shall I give the platform to you immediately? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
5 seconds. I try to plug it.
Yes. Okay. So.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We hear you, yes, very clearly.
Okay, I cannot hear you very clearly, I have to say.
Okay, is this better? Is this better?
I'll try to concentrate, then I can hear something, yeah.
Okay. Is this better?
Yeah, now it sounds good, yes.
Okay. Then we'll first listen a little bit, and then we try to talk through this Skype here.
Okay, let's do so. So you want to hear first from me what I have in mind, and so...
Yes, please.
Okay, well, what I had in mind, I tried to listen to some of the talks there earlier, and I was really fascinated about some of the talks, and overall discussion, I think it's very, very good. What I'm trying to bring to the discussion goes with the title, Too Angry to Think, Too Desperate to Do Anything. And that consists of versions, punchlines made with white flowers, the very juvenile texts such as fuck the government, civil war, and so on. Also, I was having in my mind to have this, there's this Finnish word, astalo, which is basically any makeshift weapon that you can use, for example, sports equipment, kitchenware, and so on. That would be this astalo. So something you can grab and use as a weapon, such as a sort of point sculpture, point painting, or whatnot. And it's kind of emphasizing the concept and kind of very juvenile idea, but I was thinking this kind of approach because my painting could not be any more far from party politics or socially engaged problems and whatnot. So given the forum, I would like to express simple emotions and thoughts because I am very frustrated, frightened, and agitated about something that are happening right now, and that is basically what's happening in the politics in Finland. So it's a metaphor, and I thought mixing this making these sentences with flowers in the exhibition space in the opening hours of the gallery, I think it's a nice act, but also I'm thinking about the impotency of any text, any work of art, and definitely when it's the text on the wall of a gallery, it's even less potent than a punchline in a demonstration, to say in a flag or so, but it might be important for one person or two persons or more, I don't know. but something has to be done, and I really don't know what particular to start.
Okay, so in a way you saying you're trying to make something like an activist banner, like when you would be, if we would go and demonstrate, you have these people who come up with these banners, like you call advertising.
Exactly.
Some kind of, but then within the gallery space or within an exhibition space, you would use this space as a place, public place, to, bring such kind of banners in the form of your painting.
I would not like to. The work has nothing to do with painting, and I would like the work when it's executed to be a bit more like discussed. Like these are just sketches of ideas, but I want it to be really simple. I want it to be big in size or small, like someone writing a text on the wall. And I'm thinking of ways of, I don't know if we should exit the gallery or if this forum is just the kind of thing we need, but I think we ourselves need to concentrate a bit to think what is to be done before we start doing. Sometimes clear action is a good thing, just going out in the streets and burn cars, but I think this disruptive forum is a good start.
So, but I think by what we said, stopping the process or slowing down the production by not starting an exhibition with exactly immediately formalized works, we are possibly within this creating that kind of space of thinking, maybe. Is that something you would see?
Perhaps, yeah. And it's, I think it would be important more to engage with other people and artists rather than making an individual work. That is something I am used to, but I think it's good to challenge ourselves to do other kind of work as well.
Okay. Is anybody here wanting to comment on something Tuka has been saying? They're all very hungry. I'm now expressing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm warming up the sauna here in the coffee.
They're starving. Where are you actually?
I'm in the hometown of Teuvo Hakkarainen, who all the Finnish people will know this is parliament.
Okay.
Right from the far right, let's say, in Viitasaari, in the mid-Finland.
Okay, Tuka, this was very nice. Thank you. It's quite clear, I think, as a project and a proposition. It's, I think it's interesting that you kind of, on the one hand, propose a very direct act and at the same time demand space for not action and thinking, which is interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tuka. See you on the online.
Yeah, see you. Ciao.
Bye. Let's eat.
Okay, that's yeah. Yeah, we can continue, but I'm going to go to the cafe to make sure that I have a gluten-free and milk-free sandwich, because there's one gluten-free and one milk-free, but not all together. Does someone else have some kind of allergies? You are vegan. Are you happy with this one, Frederick? You can take it, you can eat it. Any special thing? Jenny? Okay, one vegan, one gluten-free, milk-free. Sure, we order. Okay. No problem, you take it, Frederick. You want to come with me, Kasia? Okay.
Is it okay to eat and speak? For those who are still eating and drinking coffee. So, shall we listen to your input in the project? And then...
Hello? Okay. Ah, of course. Yeah, I guess I could say something still. Of course. I don't have this. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Should I continue already?
It's not so good, my listening. You found yourself a good job there. Okay? Yeah, you can say.
I said only half, so maybe I just quickly continue and then it's your turn.
Yes, of course. Continue.
Okay. All right, so we were talking about art as learning and practicing new skills or old skills and bringing them into future. So that is one thing that interests me. Refusing to use fossil energy. That's one thing. Also, other thing I've been thinking is how everything in our society and also contemporary art is made to serve the economical growth and international competition. For example, in the spring show, I noticed how the media is looking for success stories and which artists to send abroad to brand Finland and to increase our international competition and capacity and so on. So as an artist, I find it difficult. Am I in a right place at all if I don't, for example, if I refuse to fly or if I don't want to succeed and don't want to take part into this competition? So the second thing for me is looking for well-being that is not dependent on economical growth anymore. And they are actually interviewing people who already live in material scarcity, like poor people without jobs. And they find that this is something important. For me also, there is something else. This is also interesting what this something else is, and I would like to investigate it also by letting go or abandoning. So for me, what to do? I have just some my own bodily energy. Something where I experience things and put abstract things into practice. And somehow I would like to slave into a farm. That is the first thing that came to my mind. Or then I could just walk away and see what I find. This walking away idea actually was quite interesting. I could walk as far as I get. Also, I heard...
Yes, Heidi is not able to be here today, but she's participating.
Yeah, so I'm still open for ideas, and I will contact Heidi.
Yeah.
Any questions and comments?
I just have to comment on the just a small historical because that was basically before the civil war in Finland. That was what was essentially what torppari. Basically, in Finnish society, those were not from here. There was in the completely across society. There was the owners, landowners. I can't remember. Are you kind of so? You're going back to slavery, or was it like pre-Civil War for Finland? Or
No, maybe it was just some like idea how to learn some new skills, and nothing that political maybe.
Sorry, maybe I was a bit.
Yeah, but
it was just your
but
choice
actually,
of words. But just
That's what all your project presenting in search of new skills.
It was
one you mentioned in the beginning also.
Yeah, it was one idea. Yeah, but actually that is something that needs a lot of time, like those examples I told you. So maybe in this time I do something shorter.
To kind of resume, do I understand that like your proposition in terms of what has to be done here is also, because most people are defining like stepping out of a system is you to actually take back some older skills, systems, and no?
No, this is aligned to the decreasing theory, decreasing thinking, if am I right. Is it so? You know these theories?
Which theory?
Yeah, you can explain
decreasing.
more.
This fact that we have already spent all natural resources. Already we are in an after-party moment in terms of resources. So there are all these theories about the growing or decreasing or...
Degrowth, you mean?
Degrowth, yes.
Yeah, it's close to this idea.
Degrowth. Right.
Yeah, but it's also related...
The slow movement then. Like slow growth, the slow movement?
The slow thing, I'm normally related to the slow food thing.
No, but
it's somehow related, but in this case, the focus is mainly on fossil resources and other kind of energy resources in this case.
I'm not so sure if it's the only thing, because there's also fuels and everything. There's lots of people who are also speaking about the fact that we maybe learn much, but we are losing a lot of knowledge also. And I think is that also something that relates to your going back to find new skills, and therefore we are probably not able to, like sustain ourselves, like grow an own garden. It's a skill.
Yeah, it's part of this conversation, yes.
But I think that's not exactly the same as decreasing, what's what you
No,
are...
but it's linked to rescuing these knowledges. That part of it's been lost or forgotten and could be recuperated, or some could be recontextualized, etc. My question was also like what type of time frame are you considering this? Because also
into like a personal experience, just to put myself into some kind of test zone for some small, like for 1 week or something.
And my second question is like, do you have a kind of community around you supporting you with this? Because this, I think, in terms of decisions, I think that it leads you to a kind of, you might need to at some point not be able to do by yourself alone. And many times when people goes into these decisions, they go into kind of communities or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it depends what to do, but yeah, of course.
How do you embed yourself in a community or in a situation like this? How do you do?
What's that verb?
Embed is to become part of this. Yes.
How do you even find that sort of context right now? I grew up on the countryside, and it's gradually becoming more and more like machined and like this sort of like technified. It's tractors and countryside. It feels so weird for me because I grew up there.
It can become pretty much that either you are in this sort of community totally involved sometimes, and there will be some radical positions that would never understand that you are somehow in between. That could happen also too. Well, I know some cases, but I think it's good that you bring it up.
I don't know if I completely understood you, but
well, I'm talking about examples that are going on now in Barcelona and Spain,
okay.
of some communities and cooperatives
trying to
that are into this thinking.
cut off from the general system of
yes.
fossil-based food production, for instance.
I'm talking, for example, I'm talking about a cooperative, for example, which is the Integral Catalan or Catalan Integral Cooperative, and then they are self-organized totally. They even have an own money coining system and dark wallet systems. No, and you can be in the city, but you are within a network, and you have the local producers. You have the local producers bringing food to the city, but you can also go to the countryside if you want to cultivate and farm and learn. But you need to be organized in this.
These self-organized groups are organizing themselves within the urban space. She doesn't have to go out in the country to find those.
No, but
I find they're more valuable, to my opinion, if she's looking into this kind of models and see if she can reproduce or reorganize within her environment the cooperative, which is not just now for agriculture or this kind of economy. At least in the States, we are looking very much into this kind of groups in order to create an alternative kind of education, especially art education.
So if that she has some models, is she between within
we don't
already
know if that's her models that she's looking into.
Community or not, and these sort of things. Maybe it's also very personal. I don't know.
But probably
so many angles. It's not romanticism, I would say, because there are these kind of communities in the cities who are just maybe partly using old skills but combining them into our reality at the moment. And that this is one interesting thing. Secondly, I don't know my project idea yet because it depends on Heidi, so maybe it has nothing to do with communities, even though I find it important theme to bring to discussion.
It doesn't need to be taken part of course.
Yeah,
it's your decision.
So unfortunately, I shouldn't answer yet about the project because I don't know it better.
I just want to bring up one little thing, is that if we are accepting hybridity, then also the past and nostalgia can be part of this. Otherwise, if you kind of act, I find that strange that today we say, oh, is this then nostalgic and this? In a hybrid process, all of these things can function in a way, I think. So I think, well, maybe we misinterpreted something like a critique and an advance always in some kind of way of not being about retro and so on. Why not retro to be part of it, you know?
Just a reason why I started with reason why I asked about nostalgia and romanticization is because of it's a reference to Karl Marx, because I think he says, maybe in Capital, maybe somewhere else, maybe it was Grundrisse, that, you know, his idea of when the communism finally happens and, you know, this ideal society after the revolution and so on is that I can fish in the morning and farm on the afternoon and do philosophy in the evening or something like this. But I guess that I'm all for romance, romantics, but problem with types of especially left-wing towards the past continuously without seeing ways to challenge the present, to create a different sort of future, in a sense. And then you're just, you're treading on your... I'm not claiming that this was like, this is not anymore about your project, this is just general.
But about this thing about not excluding certain things, for example, because we were talking a lot about the countryside, and I was talking to Rem Koolhaas. He's now doing this incredible study on the countryside. This is a man that that's where things are now changing. We forgot to look at the countryside. And the first conclusion was that we have made this basically another part of like a past, romanticized, a different thing. And because we didn't see it was actually more industrialized, and anything that happened there we were not involved in because we excluded it. So that's something what happens also often, that when you think this is not of now, this is the past, that then you actually let that happen. You have to be kind of aware of this, I think. This was a kind of conclusion of the study of the countryside, that it's not really there anymore. It's a concept we have, but it's a quite, as you mentioned, industrial environment.
And in terms of farming, if we want to relate farming with city, there's this huge research about, how is it called? Hypophonic. I don't know how is it called really in English, but about gardening, not through land, but through water. Of course, we get sometimes some salad. Architect, like vertical farms. Like we can think in buildings which are farms, and they have systems of rotating for the plants to get sun and so on and so on. And it's pretty much based on the self-sustainability of the cities and the fact of not having to have this need of bringing food in, and also in terms of what happens with resources and so on. Like there is this thing of like also we can think of hybridization of the Europe also.
The roof garden in New York, which is so beautiful. All the roofs in New York have been they're gardens. So the restaurants actually, that's how they advertise, that they buy from this roof. So you know that your vegetables, your salads are very fresh and organic. So it's a big movement with the roof gardening. But I think here is going back to Finland and you talking, I don't know much about your culture, but what I realize also that the nature, like the forest, is very much part of this collective imagination, isn't it? So all this probably for you means more than it does to me, that I don't see the forest as a projection of my desire, if I would say. Yes. So, I mean, that's what I was sure, as a metaphor.
But what I'd like to say, what is interesting about this is that we were talking about what is to be done, and often today we heard about how can we step out of a system, as if we need to do something, we need to take a step out of the frame, out of the system, because we therefore might be in a better position to formulate an alternative, to give form even to this. This is like always, anyway, including the concepts of in and outside somehow. And in these specifically ecological situations which we have today, and in many ways, many other things, and probably even our exhibition problem might be in that way a bit of an ecological problem. In that context, today, as Bruno Latour says, there is no in and outside anymore. We cannot escape the fact that everything is interconnected. Especially ecology is a great example of showing that there is this kind of, that's maybe where this romanticism comes in. Do you think, and it's very can you still hope to step out of this ecological system to go back to a nature that is not there anymore? So this question of the in and outside with nature and stepping out of, actually be so idealistic to imagine this in and outside.
Or formalized, and I would call in here like the responsible use.
of, for example, resources or the aware of being in and out or in the middle, and when do you want to be in, to be out, and how you can use these different positions, which is also quite funny. Is that when get the
Hello. Okay. I'm Bogna Wiśniewska, and I'm fourth year painting student, and basically that I'm doing with my paintings is just like, in a way, like cutting out from some places, textures, and happenings, and I'm just like transforming them in a way. And I'm in this project, I would like to maybe abandon again, go out of the frame of the painting in a way, and repeat the same, just be significant in some certain place, specific place and moment. I think, that would be
yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say that yesterday when Barbara called me, I wasn't there in the first meeting, and yesterday when she called me, I didn't know or didn't remember this. so I said to her that I have been so busy in other works, and I just don't look the Kuva website, those emails and so on. Oh, okay. But now when I sit here, it's a very nice conversation. I would like to be here. So, but in this, when Mika was talking a lot of time ago, I guess it was maybe same kind of little bit similar idea what you just talk, because after I had a camera on my phone, I have started I noticed that I draw less, and have started to take a picture as it's somehow the first image or something like you just said, and sometimes I thought to put them on the exhibition, but because I'm a sculptor and I make a sculpture and an installation object and that kind of things, I don't have room for them somehow. As you said, I make work in the studio and get them to the exhibition, and that's it. And it's like you said. So now, after your speech, I thought that maybe this is some kind of room for those photos, what I already had, and maybe this summer I take more. I'm going to rest and bicycle and go to swing. Maybe I could take these kind of photos as the first image. Sometimes they are in my phones almost not now 10 years, but almost 10 years, and then I go back to them and got this image and make a work. Could be some formalizing some things, or it could be just dead birth, or it could be some what it's very different kind of things. I don't know. I thought that maybe I could just make them and maybe get some old just prints. I don't know what is the form. Maybe it just could be the print, and then I put it here somewhere. Maybe it's open the process, the artistical process. I don't know. I hope so.
What is interesting about these images that you're talking about, when there is so much access, we have also to realize and find out where is their value, because their value definitely is not in the meaning anymore. It's by the way we produce them and how fast we are and how they are somehow not just produced, but they are so meaningless in a way.
Yeah.
Yes, the images. And this is where I think is something that we have to think about in reusing them. whether we want, because if you just reuse them and just appropriate them as they are without reevaluating them, I think it's just a reproduction of the machinery that produces them. But in order to address them as the representation of what we are bombarded today through the networks and through this exaggerated, I think, is to understand where the value is, so we become more critical about this. I think a very good thinker, contemporary, that talks very much about this, and I find her brilliant, is Hito, who she talks very much about this proletariat of those images, the class of this poor image. She coined actually the word the poor image. And I think it comes very much, and since you want to talk about this, you have to look into what do they mean, if they mean, and where is the meaning and the value. And I think it's a very, very interesting subject and very, very current, contemporary, because this is our fiction, this is our reality, which has nothing to do with reality, is the reality of the screen. And the screen has become our reality. But we have to be critical, I think.
What do you mean with the screen?
I mean, what we see in the screen that we think is the fiction, actually this is the reality that we are experiencing. So our reality is through a screen, and this is how we experience. So screen and reality are so confused that even our narratives are so confused. So I think it's very interesting, but you have to explore where and how you want.
As a painter, I think it is something like the canvas was very much starts always from these kind of four images. He only works with four images, but then the way they have been in this case, sometimes some of them as four images become political and so on, or being used politically, like the way figures in he will retake them and then
reappropriate
them but he will repaint them, and sometimes he's just painting exactly the same as the images. So he's now having a huge court case going on in Belgium, a butterfly between the original and the original. So it's really interesting that the photograph claiming the originality of the painting and the painting claiming the originality, because he critically understood the use of the image.
Exactly.
So it's a really big, interesting discussion how this.
Exactly, and how to me it's very interesting also the issue of how the way our narratives has changed, the way we are telling a story, which is so mediated, not just mediated. I mean, it's always this good example when they go to the TV stations, how you see how they cut and they loop. And we see one image all the time, which is looped, continuous. It's the same image of the same. So it's interesting. It's interesting and very important, I think, this politics of representation of how we consume, but we have to be critical in consuming them.
This is also the question of what has to be done in terms
Oh, yes, exactly.
It's affecting us, our perception of
Yes, very much.
So we have been at the core of this industry of creating images, at least as artists and
I mean, it's all
photographers.
images. That's it.
That's all we have.
Yes.
All of a sudden, these core or whatever, vast amount of images are destroying our relationship with reality. So it's really at the core of the question.
No.
Okay, I think I understand what you're talking about, and I'm sure that it's in larger conversation in poor images, as you said. But if I think myself as a sculptor and made of sculptures, those images, what I use them for the some kind of artistical process which lead to the sculpture.
Yes, because it's your own images you take, because you make a document of something that you see. Now we are talking in imagery in general.
Yes, I understand
the found
that.
imagery.
Yes, I understand, but I just divided these two things. Yeah.
It's a poor image. Did somebody want to say something?
Maybe.
Okay.
That's the end.
But I wanted to, before really going to the end, kind of, this is not a conclusion yet, but just suggest how we, I think, have been saying a lot of things, and I am really stunned about what really interesting things that came up. So just wanted to propose something, if you would agree. Part of it has been written a little bit by Cater, but it's pretty much just like a little, it's very brief. We have this document. No, because we do this all the time, but then you look at your parts and see if we can articulate these things, because we have been saying or writing a very interesting essay for this exhibition. It's the same thing, like the way we make things. So if you would find that okay, then I think that's something I could engage in to do as a next step for the articulation here.
Sorry, getting this transcribed and then sending
back to you.
And then what?
Well, what I usually do is that when you read it, and then you read your own things again, and sometimes you decide then to look, okay, sometimes I take that away, but you re-articulate, and then at the end you have a very interesting text most of the time. You have to rework it. These plain transcriptions never work, really. It's the basis for saying a text or something that would be then an essay bringing together the main things from this discussion, you know.
So you mean that it will help in the process of this summer thinking?
I can do. I'm just finding a job for myself. To do something in this project, also to contribute something.
What to do next?
What to do next? I'm going to ask you the permission to make a text.
Yeah, so it would be on the paper.
Next, we were listening to the artist from
Tuka.
Berlin, and I said, God, this is a very interesting video, listening to something very important project and looking very hungry over the food, too. So I think it's a very interesting essay.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I think
we arrived to the middle of our objectives for today.
Yes.
We could not even tag, we could not even make clouds.
I think we've been here in a cloud.
Are we going to take some homework, including
the conversation? Represents a little bit like a cloud, because it's where things started to, ideas started to connect. And that's maybe in that text can happen, but what we can do out of this is that maybe could be, something we engage in doing, saying like, we heard these topics coming back all the time. We think they're like, and we can propose something, and then we can make, a common decision about this seems like to be covering in terms of categories and themes and tags or words, the essence of what's the kind of, what we have been discussing here. Not a resume text, but a series of words, a series of, themes which we have been circling around.
I'm already imagining some possible solutions for this publication and how to open up this discussion a bit more.
Okay. Now the questions from what has to be done next.
Okay. Maybe I can propose a homework for myself in terms of in terms of our predicaments.
Of what?
Predicaments.
Predicaments. Okay.
Horrible word, I know. A difficult situation. Maybe. Well. I'm kind of interested in looking at this particular question from the under the term precarious, but also trying to imagine a little bit different ways of defining it, or enlarging the discussion, if I can. I'm not sure if I can. But so maybe I could try to interesting.
I think that's very, yeah.
Like to further invite, like you were mentioning Mina, for example, in your email, and on and text, but which is a person who has been writing and thoroughly studying the current exhibition system in Finland and brings up a number of solutions for certain very concrete issues, I think. And there were other suggestions coming, and then I think on the 13th of August when we come back here, if you will be still in Helsinki, you're really most welcome to join us again, because this was very, very nice. But we have some budget to invite some other people to come, and then we can maybe do it more organized. Like now we are free floating. That means we will ask them to come and talk about certain things that relate to what we have been discussing, to either know more, but also maybe to kind of, as not only an exhibition, but like a concern we have. There seems to be also many concerns to share them a little bit with a larger community here in Finland of thinkers and precarious workers and theoreticians and so.
And this, of course, we cannot wait until the 13th of August because we need enough time to invite these people. I mean, we already contact Minna and Seskin, for example, and they are up to come, but we need also to consider who else more will bring up. I mean, we already contacted them because I saw them during the weekend, so it was very easy.
So I wanted to propose from my side, but Matti Kalinan, who is an architect from Finland, originally from Turku. He's living in Berlin now, and he's been working on the concept of what is called the ultimate exit. Basically, this is seen from the perspective of the technologies, how we are embedded in everything and so on. He's an architect, urbanist, kind of looking at larger pictures, but at the same time, he also wrote a book which is called, I think it's called The Final Solution, something for Finland, where he's observing the Finnish as a Finnish nation situation within all of this. So I think he might be interesting to connect to our discussion. And there were some other suggestions that I had, but if you have any already in your mind, just tell them, but you can still send them via mail.
Maybe
also.
it's good to know whether if they need to be nearby or we can fly them from other countries.
We can fly something in, but we can, of course, not do like a really global conference here.
May I suggest that no more Skype, because it just doesn't fucking work.
It didn't work, okay. No more Skype, no. So they have to come, really.
Yeah.
They have to be here, yeah.
But this is because of the beginning of the summer. But today it's been because of the situation we were facing here, that many of the people were away or going away.
Yeah.
But the 13th of August we expect.
No, we go from the principle that it's a live, together talking situation.
It's from 2 o'clock until 8. So it's the same schedule as today. We don't know whether the program with the breaks, but the time frame is the same.
So, and on that moment, this is something we have to deal with in between too. Like your articulations, whether they're physical or not, some of them have set and proposed things that seem to be things that could come into the space or need a video or something to present it or a link or something, so that we can actually access those projects from here, whether they be here or wherever they are, as a practical thing that has to be solved also during that time between.
And of course, consider it as an opportunity to link it to your own work. I mean, you know, it's this kind of like you go from your micro to the disconnections.
So in your case, it would be video streaming or videos or information we get from what?
Yeah, and I can take like photographs, documentation of the process I'm doing and load it into the website or the blog. So,
And
yeah.
how this relates to the concerns we've been discussing today.
Yeah.
I don't know what time it is now.
It's 7:45, more or less, if I am correct.
Because I was suggesting to do something with a lot of stops, but
10 to 8. But still, I would suggest whether if we should kind of like think in a certain deadline for, like, okay, like who you would like to bring in this space for the 13th of August, because these people might need to fix their agendas, and Barbara and me at some time, we might need to take a break at some moment also. And you also would be away at some moment. So, I think we need to think whether which day, these sort of practical issues like that. We then all go over the deadline, but still we pretty much tried. Sure. I mean, just because, it's not then a big fire thing in a big rush.
Just one question. Will there be something that we have to react quickly? Because, for example, I will be sailing next week and I won't be reading any emails. So how do we keep connected? And do you want us all to write something to the blog during July, or what is the...
In this sense, one very concrete thing is a CV from anybody who was participating today. I think Emma was already writing to you to ask us. There are 5 of them that came, and we would be doing this like a small thing about you. So when people go on the blog and read about you, it's just the name of the blog. So that would be nice to have at least in a week. You just send what you have. So I suppose you have the front info desk in the academy. We have your list of names there, and you can all come here and do things in this space. Prepare something if you decide to work with the world and work, then that is possible to already come in here and do things. There's no obligation to speed up your process for this. That's why we have this 13. But the key is there, or just only do know there are not 5 keys, there's only 1. So they said you might have to want to make arrangements if you want to be here for all else, and you have to make arrangements.
Should we...
have 5 keys. Info desk, Valila has the keys for this space, and they have the names of the participating artists who can have access to this.
It's the info desk, the where I got the key of your office. Okay, maybe we could make it so that
the ones that would be getting the key write to the email group, hello, I have the key these days, you know, whoever also need it, write me an email or contact me to.
So there is no curator in the exhibition. So be aware there's one curator. But then if you take the whole thing that's on, just please, if you do something in the building, if you do something here, keep in mind that if we on the 13th have people to talk here, that it can happen here somewhere. Just, and send us pictures. We were asking for a camera here. What you guys are doing. What? Big brother is watching from Brussels. The curator is watching. What are you doing there?
Speaking. What do you think if I write my name with a marker, the same drawing style as I made here, because there is no my name? If I will not, I'm not there. But it would be funny, like, if
she said she was going to get it.
yeah, but no, I know she wrote to me that it's like time. She will do it. But
how to
it's funny if I do it.
We just
with
restructure
marker
everything, or
just
we
now, just like drawing my name, so it will be the signature for this work.
Hey. Okay. Can we make just one thing? What the food that could be rotten? Do we just? If someone wants to be taking sandwiches, please take them with you. The coffee maybe can stay. I don't know. Maybe it's not a good idea that it will be growing here.